Welcome, dear traveler, to Candle by the Sea, a quiet shoreline between dreams and waking, where every story is a lantern guiding your spirit gently home. Tonight, we continue the Soul Path Chronicles, a journey through realms of wonder, whispers, and inner truth. Let your breath soften, let your shoulders loosen, and allow the world around you to fade into a peaceful hush. If you enjoy stories that soothe the heart and illuminate the soul, I kindly invite you to subscribe and join our circle of dreamers and seekers. Your presence here means more than you know, and every new subscriber helps keep this lighthouse of stories shining warmly in the night. Now settle in, dear traveler. The tale is ready to begin. Let the calm guide you, and let the magic unfold. The Hourglass of Unseen Time. Part 1. The Temple of Echoing Minutes. The night the sky fractured into silver veins, Elira felt the pull. It began as a soft humming in her bones, something ancient and familiar, stirring beneath the layers of her breath. She had been walking along the moonlit cliffs of the serene vale when the world around her seemed to shift. The wind paused mid-whisper, the waves froze mid-crest, and the stars trembled like living lanterns holding secrets too heavy for silence. Then she felt it, a ripple through the unseen layers of reality, a vibration that traveled straight into the core of her being. It called her name without sound. Elira. She closed her eyes, steadying herself on her staff. The earth beneath her feet pulsed lightly, as though responding to her heartbeat. And when she opened her eyes again, a faint trail of luminous dust extended in front of her, shimmering silver grains rising from the ground, forming a gently twisting path. She had seen this before, not in waking life, but in dreams she never fully understood. Dreams of spiraling sands, dreams of a broken temple submerged in moonlight, dreams of an hourglass that moved not downward, but sideways through time. She breathed in the chilled night air. The call surged again. This was no dream. With a deep, steadying breath, Elira stepped forward and followed the silver path. The trail wound through the night-drenched valley like a serpent of starlight. As she walked, the surroundings softened around the edges, as though she were slipping between layers of the world. The trees grew taller, their trunks elongated by shadows. The leaves shimmered like glass dipped in moonlight. Even the air felt different, thicker, warmer, filled with the scent of myrrh and forgotten prayers. By the time she reached the far end of the valley, she no longer recognized the landscape from any map she knew. Yet somehow, it felt familiar, like returning to a place she had once stood before her memory took shape. At the heart of a clearing lay the ruins of an old stone staircase, leading upward where no mountain stood. The staircase floated in midair, anchored to nothing, each step carved from ancient obsidian veined with gold. At the top, though she could not see it, she sensed the temple, the ever-weaving temple, a place whispered about by wandering mystics, dismissed by scholars. and believed only by those who sensed time not as a straight line, but as a living ocean. Elira swallowed. Her pulse beat like a drum. She placed her foot on the first floating step. It held her weight as though it had been waiting. As she ascended, each step lit beneath her with a golden glow. The air grew denser. Soft murmurs traveled through the wind, voices layered atop one another, speaking languages old and new, voices that belonged to no single time. By the 10th step, she realized the voices were not speaking to her. They were speaking around her, as though she were passing through a conversation that had occurred centuries before, and centuries yet to come. On the 30th step, she felt something brush past her, like the hem of a robe made of stardust. She froze, turning sharply. A figure stood 3 steps above her, illuminated by the faintest halo of shimmering particles. Their form shifted, sometimes appearing as a tall, cloaked human shape, sometimes as something formless, like water made of moonlight. Their voice, when it came, felt like a memory she had forgotten she ever had. "You have heard the call." The words echoed without sound, bypassing her ears and settling directly inside her mind. Elira swallowed. "Who are you?" The figure tilted its head, light rippling across its shape. "Names are threads. They exist only when needed. I am the keeper of flow." The title resonated inside her chest, stirring a faint ache she didn't understand. "And you've been waiting for me." "Not waiting," the keeper corrected gently. "Anticipating the moment your path would bend this way. All things move when they must. Time does not flow forward without choice guiding it." Elira tightened her grip on her staff. "Why now? Why call me?" The keeper extended a shimmering hand. Just beyond its fingers, grains of silver sand floated in a slow spiral, turning upward instead of falling. "Because the hourglass of unseen time has awakened." Elira felt her breath catch. Her dreams, the spirals of sand, the strange visions, the sensation that something was shifting beneath the surface of her life. The veils between timelines thin under the silver vein eclipse. The keeper continued, their voice as soft as drifting snow. "What once slept now stirs. And when it stirs, it calls to the soul attuned to its truth." "May you," they confirmed simply, "the one who walks between clarity and dream, the one who hears the echoes before they sound." Elira's heart pounded. She had spent her life sensing things others could not, fragments of future possibilities, whispers from timelines that might have been. But never had she imagined something like this. "What am I supposed to do?" The keeper lifted their hand higher. "Climb and witness." The rest of the staircase unfolded into view as the keeper moved ahead. A ribbon of obsidian and gold floating between stars. Elira followed, her steps steady despite the growing weight of anticipation in her chest. After what felt like hours, or perhaps only moments, they reached a platform suspended in an endless abyss of twilight. The ever-weaving temple stood before them. Its architecture seemed grown rather than built, pillars of translucent stone twisting like vines, walls formed of shifting mosaics that glowed from within. The ceiling opened to the sky, where the silver vein eclipse rearranged the stars into branching patterns, like the roots of a celestial tree spreading across eternity. As Elira stepped onto the temple floor, her foot echoed like a drop falling into a vast pool. The sound vibrated outward, creating ripples of light along the ground. The temple exists outside linear time, the keeper said. Here, past, present, and future are threads of the same tapestry. They overlap, they speak, they breathe. Elira's gaze moved across the chamber. Strange symbols floated in the air, luminescent glyphs weaving themselves into spiraling strings, almost as though alive. Hallways led into darkness and light simultaneously. Water flowed upward into the sky. The very air shimmered with possibilities. "What is that sound?" she whispered. A faint ringing, like grains of sand tapping glass. The keeper turned toward the center of the temple, where a circular stone platform rose from the ground. Upon it floated an object, small, delicate, rotating slowly in the air. An hourglass, but unlike any she had ever seen. It was carved from crystalline gold, its frame braided with twisting lines of light that pulsed with life. Inside it, silver sand did not fall. It spiraled gently sideways, upward, inward, moving in patterns that defied logic. Every grain shimmered like a star caught in motion. "The hourglass of unseen time," the keeper whispered. Elira approached it slowly. Each step echoed like a heartbeat. "What does it do?" she asked. The keeper did not answer. Instead, their form flickered, rippling like a mirage. "You will see. But know this, the hourglass does not show time. It reveals truth." Elira's pulse quickened. She felt drawn to it, as though her soul recognized it, like a missing piece finally returned. "The hourglass has chosen you," the keeper said softly. "It calls not to those who seek power, but to those who seek understanding." Her breath trembled. "What if I'm not ready?" "No one ever is." The keeper smiled, if the gentle shift of their light could be called a smile. "Readiness is an illusion. Transformation happens not when one is prepared, but when the moment demands it." Elira stepped closer. The hourglass rotated gently, emitting a soft, melodic hum. The sand inside brightened. Her hand tingled. "Touch it," the keeper said quietly. Elira extended her fingers. Just before she made contact, the keeper added, "But know that once you do, the threads of your life will unwind and reweave themselves. You will no longer walk only one timeline. You will walk all that converge within your soul." Elira froze. "Will I come back?" The keeper's light flickered. "That is a question only the hourglass can answer." Her heart pounded. Her instincts pulled her forward. She touched the glass, and the world broke open. A A shock of silver light erupted, swirling around her like a storm of stars. The ground beneath her vanished. The temple dissolved. The sky split into 1,000 mirrors, showing scenes she barely recognized. Wind roared, time folded. She tried to speak, but no sound escaped her. The hourglass spun wildly in the center of the storm, its sands glowing brighter, until they burst into streams of light that wrapped around her wrists, her chest, her eyes. Then, silence, weightlessness, darkness. Elira opened her eyes. She stood in a vast field of floating memories, shimmering projections of moments long gone, suspended like lanterns above an endless sea. She gasped, "What is happening?" The keeper's voice echoed faintly, as though miles away. "You are entering the first realm, the realm of what was." The lantern memories drifted closer. She saw herself as a child beneath the willow tree of her childhood home. She saw her mother whispering blessings into her hair. She saw a moment of loss, one she had buried so deep she had forgotten how to cry for it. A sharp ache pressed into her chest. The memories brightened, then merged, then formed a path of light stretching before her. Her journey had begun, and time, now awakened, waited for her to walk through everything she once abandoned. She took a trembling breath and stepped forward into the memory realm. Part 2. What was? The realm of unspoken memories. The field of suspended memories stretched endlessly in all directions, a luminous ocean of moments she had forgotten or had never dared remember. Each flickering lantern floated on invisible threads, glowing faintly as though breathing, pulsing to a rhythm older than her own heartbeat. Elira's chest tightened as she stepped forward, her bare feet brushing against the soft, glowing mist beneath her. The mist felt alive, like a gentle, waiting current. It carried whispers of voices she recognized, yet could not place, the echoes of her own laughter, the tremor of sorrow she had tried to lock away. She paused, letting her hands hover above one of the glowing lanterns. Inside, it shimmered a memory of herself as a child, sitting beneath the willow tree near her home. Her small fingers had been entwined with those of a figure she barely remembered. A moment of warmth, but tinged with a faint ache, the kind that burrows into your chest when something is lost. Elira swallowed, feeling that ache flare to life, as if the memory knew she had come seeking it. The lantern floated closer, almost inviting her to step inside. She did, feeling a soft, pulling sensation as her body dissolved into the light, becoming the memory itself. She stood once more beneath the willow, but it was not the willow she remembered. It was larger, older, its leaves shimmering silver in a light that seemed both moonlit and unreal. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and honeyed blooms. A small stream gurgled beside her, but its waters reflected not the sky above, but fleeting images, faces she had once known, moments of joy and sorrow folded together like intricate origami. Then she saw him, Darian, her echo of a past self, standing a few steps away. His figure was faint, hazed with silver light, yet his gaze soft, steady, familiar, pierced through the mist of time. He smiled, a smile tinged with sorrow and understanding. "Elira," he said, his voice echoing like the wind over water. "You've come." I don't understand," she murmured. "Where am I?" "You are where you have always been, though you never knew it," he replied. "This is the realm of what was. Here, the moments you buried or ignored are preserved. They wait patiently." Her pulse quickened. The memories around her swirled, forming a gentle vortex of silver light. The whispers grew louder, yet she could not understand them. They were not words, but feelings, impressions, fragments of decisions she had made, choices she had denied, and the small, quiet dreams she had abandoned. "Why am I here?" she asked again, though her voice was steadier now. Darian extended his hand. "To see, to remember, to reconcile with the path you once turned away from. There are truths here that will guide you forward if you are brave enough to face them." The first lantern she approached flickered violently, like a pulse of lightning in a storm. She peered inside and saw herself at 12, sitting alone on a bench in a garden she once called home. Tears streaked her young face. She was watching her mother leaving with promises she would never keep. The pain in the memory hit Elira's chest like a physical weight. The words she had never spoken, the grief she had never allowed herself to fully feel, rushed back in a flood. Darian's presence was steady beside her. "Do not fear it," he said. "Pain is the thread that binds the self you were to the self you are becoming. You cannot move forward without it." Elira closed her eyes. She let the memory flow through her. She let herself cry, the sound echoing across the luminous field, breaking the stillness. When she opened her eyes again, the memory glimmered with a soft, golden hue, as though accepting her acknowledgement. She could almost feel the pain lifting, its weight diffusing into the air around her. One lantern after another drew her in. Moments of fear, loss, small joys she had neglected, times she had denied her own intuition. Each one revealed a piece of the puzzle she had been carrying, fragments of her soul that had lain hidden beneath the surface. She began to understand. The realm was not punishing her, it was teaching her, showing her the river of choices, the currents that had carried her to this moment, hours or perhaps moments past. Time in this place was a spiral, not a line. Elira's consciousness stretched and folded as she moved from memory to memory. The world around her shimmered with ever-shifting hues, pale silver mist, deep sapphire shadows, gold-threaded light that seemed woven from the dawn itself. Each memory left a trace on the air, lingering like a scent or a soft echo of music. She came upon a lantern suspended higher than the others. Its light was pale, almost ethereal, and inside it, a memory she had desperately tried to forget. The night she had turned away from her first true calling as a dreamseer. She had been 16, sitting in a chamber lined with glowing crystals, a young apprentice with visions flooding her mind. She had glimpsed possibilities, paths she could walk, but fear had seized her. She had walked away. She had left the vision unfulfilled. The memory hit her like a wave, bringing a cold, hollow ache. Her reflection in the lantern was not just a girl. She saw herself as a soul who had denied her own destiny. She felt a tremor of guilt, of grief for the lost time. Darian's voice came softly, grounding her. Do not linger in regret. See it. Learn from it. Let it teach, not chain you. Elira drew in a deep breath, letting the swirling light of the lantern envelop her. She felt her younger self reaching toward her, hands trembling, eyes wide with fear. She knelt, placing her palms against the vision. A warmth spread from her heart through her arms and into the memory. The ache softened. The memory shivered, then pulsed with calm golden light. I understand, she whispered. I see now. Darian nodded, a faint smile curving his luminous features. You are beginning. The first step is always acknowledgement. She moved deeper into the memory realm. The air thickened with the scent of old rain and cedar. Lanterns here floated in intricate patterns, forming paths that twisted like rivers. She followed them, allowing herself to be led by intuition, by feeling rather than sight. Shadows of herself from other moments drifted past, her first hesitant smile, her first encounter with loss, moments of courage she had not realized she possessed. They shimmered briefly, then vanished, leaving trails of silver light in their wake. Some memories were joyful times she had laughed under the stars, with companions she had forgotten. Others were bitter words she had spoken in anger, promises broken, chances not taken. The realm was vast, yet intimate, a perfect mirror of the self she had once been and the self she had yet to integrate. Eventually, she came to a clearing where the lanterns hung closer together, forming an archway of light. Inside this archway floated a memory that seemed to hum with energy, a pivotal moment of choice she had almost ignored. She was 19, standing at the crossroads of a path that could have led her to mastery as a dream seer. She had been too afraid to step forward. The fear of failure, of being misunderstood, of the unknown, had held her back. Elira's chest tightened as she watched the memory unfold. It was raw, painful, yet filled with the beauty of what might have been. She stepped into the archway, allowing herself to inhabit the moment fully. The world pulsed around her. Time itself seemed to bend, stretching the memory into eternity. She felt her younger self trembling, fearful, uncertain. Do not be afraid, she whispered into the vision. It is not too late to understand, not too late to learn. The memory shivered, and a faint glow began to radiate from the young version of herself. The fear softened, replaced with something tender, almost like hope. Elira felt the threads of her past weaving themselves into a gentle pattern, the choices she had once feared becoming guides rather than chains. The realization brought tears to her eyes. Darian appeared beside her, watching silently. The past is not a prison, he said. It is a teacher. Each thread you unravel brings clarity to your soul. Elira nodded. I see now. Each moment, even the ones I feared, shaped me. He extended his hand, guiding her to a final cluster of lanterns. Here floated memories she had not yet confronted: the loss of friends, the quiet betrayals, the times she had doubted herself. Each memory shimmered like a star, fragile yet enduring. She moved among them, touching each lantern, acknowledging each moment, and letting herself feel what she had long denied. Pain and joy intertwined in a luminous dance, a tapestry of the self she had been avoiding. As the last memory glowed softly in the mist, a profound calm settled over her. The silver mist swirled, lifting her hair gently. She felt a presence at the edge of her consciousness, the keeper of flow, watching, always watching, but never imposing. The memories were no longer just images. They were threads of understanding, glowing faintly, waiting to be woven into her present and future. Elira took a deep, steadying breath. "I think I understand," she whispered. "I see the weight I've carried, and I see how it can guide me." Darian smiled, faintly fading into the shimmering air. "You are ready to walk further. The hourglass does not linger in what has been. It bends toward what is, and toward what could be. Remember this, Elira. The past teaches, the present shapes, and the future unfolds with every step you take." A ripple of silver light extended from the center of the field, drawing her attention to a faint pathway of starlight that led forward. The hourglass awaited. Its sands shimmered, calling her to the next realm. With one last glance at the memories she had embraced, Elira stepped forward, her heart steady, her mind calm yet alert. She was leaving the realm of what was, carrying its truths like precious stones in her soul. The path ahead shimmered with possibility, and the soft hum of the hourglass resonated in her bones. Time was no longer a river she floated upon. She had begun to move with it, understanding its currents, its bends, and its hidden depths. Ahead lay the present, but already the threads of the future whispered in her ears, waiting for her to choose which way she would step. And so she walked into the luminous archway of starlight, toward the realm of what is, feeling for the first time that she was not merely passing through time, she was learning to shape it. Part 3, What Is? The mirror of the present soul. When Elira stepped through the luminous archway that led from the realm of what was, she found herself suspended between time and reflection. The mist she had walked through moments before gave way to a vast expanse of mirrored light. The ground beneath her feet was glass-like, rippling with every heartbeat, reflecting not her physical form, but the essence of her soul as it existed in this precise moment. The air pulsed with energy, alive with the subtle hum of existence itself, carrying whispers of choice and consequence. Here, the past had been a teacher, but the present demanded recognition. Elira understood immediately that this realm, the realm of what is, did not exist in a single plane. It stretched outward like a kaleidoscope of moments layered atop one another. Every choice she had made, every unspoken thought, every act of courage or doubt, coexisting in luminous complexity. She lifted a hand, and the rippling ground responded, forming concentric circles that expanded outward like the rings of a pond, catching glimpses of her current self from countless angles. The Elira who had walked the cliffside moments before, the Elira who had embraced her memories in the previous realm, the Elira who had, without knowing, guided small lives with her gentle insight. Each reflection shimmered with subtle differences, revealing the intricate dance of her soul's essence across this singular moment in time. A soft, vibrating voice echoed across the mirrored expanse, neither male nor female, neither near nor far. "You are here, Elira, at the heart of the present," said the Keeper of Flow, their form flickering like a living flame beside her. "Here, truth is reflected not in what has passed or might come, but in what exists. You are surrounded by yourself in all the ways you are now. Can you see clearly?" Elira knelt, placing both hands on the mirrored ground. The reflections shimmered beneath her touch, quivering like liquid starlight. She saw herself with every subtlety, the fear that still lingered, the doubt she had carried since childhood, the small triumphs and acts of kindness that went unnoticed, but shaped her essence nonetheless. In one reflection, she reached for a floating lantern of starlight that had emerged from the past, and her hand touched it exactly as it had before. Yet the sensation was different. Lighter, tempered by understanding, softened by presence. She realized that each reflection was not a separate version, but a facet, a prism of her being that existed concurrently, influencing and responding to one another. The ground pulsed beneath her in response to her growing awareness, ripples stretching into infinity. The Keeper moved beside her, their light bending and flowing like liquid silver. You see yourself as a whole, yet not yet fully integrated. The present is the mirror of choice. In every instant, your essence acts, perceives, and resonates. Here, illusions are stripped away. Only the truth of who you are remains. Elira breathed deeply, allowing herself to feel the full weight of the present moment. She saw her hands, their skin dusted with starlight from the past realm, trembling slightly from exertion and wonder. She felt her heartbeat in tune with the mirrored ground, in tune with the subtle vibrations of her own spirit. A ripple shifted the mirrored floor. From its undulating surface emerged figures shaped from her own essence, half shadow, half light. They moved gracefully, mirroring her every thought and emotion with poetic precision. One figure radiated warmth, a calm confidence that she sometimes felt but rarely recognized. Another figure trembled with quiet anxiety, eyes flicking with doubt. Each one stepped forward as if to offer her insight, to guide her toward understanding what her soul required in this exact moment. One shadowed reflection, almost indistinct, stepped closer. It was the Elira who had abandoned her intuitive calling, the self that had turned away from possibility out of fear. Her eyes glimmered, not with blame, but with quiet longing. "You do not see me," the figure said softly. "You do not see what lingers in the spaces you avoid." Elira's breath caught. "I see you," she whispered. "I understand you now. I carry you not as regret, but as part of myself. You are not separate from me." The reflection inclined its head, acknowledging the truth. As it did, the ripples of the mirrored ground shifted, forming pathways of radiant light leading further into the vast expanse. The other reflections followed, flowing into these paths as though recognizing guidance. Elira understood. The realm was alive, responsive, an intricate network of truths, and she could choose to walk among them deliberately. She moved forward, stepping along the glowing paths. Each step revealed hidden facets of herself, moments of unrecognized bravery, quiet sacrifices that had gone unseen, small acts of love she had dismissed as ordinary. Each facet was accompanied by a faint melody, soft and resonant, like a chord struck in the deepest chamber of her soul. The music pulsed with life, illuminating the reflections further, creating an intricate dance of light and shadow. A sudden shift in the mirrored ground drew her attention. A fragment of light emerged, subtle, almost imperceptible, a figure not quite herself, yet familiar. It moved with a fluid elegance, carrying an energy of quiet power. She recognized it immediately as Arian, a reflection of who she could become if she embraced the full spectrum of her present self. Arian's gaze met hers. There was no judgment, only clarity. "You are ready to see," she said. "Not what has been, not what might come, but what you hold now. The present is your tool, your mirror, your sanctuary. Do you understand the power here?" Elira hesitated, then nodded. "I see that I have carried so many fragments, pieces of myself I never truly embraced. I thought the present was simple, linear, but it is not. It is layered, responsive, alive." Arian stepped closer, and the mirrored floor rippled beneath her, forming reflections that multiplied and intertwined. Each ripple showed a choice made differently, a kindness offered, a fear resisted. Elira watched herself in each of these subtle variations, understanding how her attention, her focus, and her awareness shaped reality. "The present is not static," Arian continued. "It is the living sum of all your actions, thoughts, and intentions. Each breath you take, each step you make, resonates across your own being and beyond. Here, you see yourself fully, and in seeing, you can act with clarity." Elira's chest tightened. She felt the responsibility settle upon her, yet it was tempered with something comforting. She was not alone. The reflections, the facets, the echoes of herself, they were all part of her. She could act consciously now, with understanding, as she moved deeper into the mirrored expanse. She began to notice subtle distortions, reflections that shimmered with anxiety, shadows that flickered with doubt, and echoes of old habits clinging to the edges of her consciousness. These were the unexamined fears, the small insecurities, the fleeting judgments that clouded perception. Elira understood that they had always existed alongside her courage, her clarity, and her love. She had not been unaware. She had merely ignored them, allowing them to gather strength in the shadows. She extended her hands, and the reflections responded. She traced the shadows with her fingers, illuminating them with gentle light, accepting their presence without resistance. The fear softened, the doubt untangled, and the reflections brightened. Each one was transformed, not erased, but integrated. Her present self expanded, becoming a living constellation of understanding, compassion, and awareness. A soft hum resonated from the mirrored floor. Elira looked down and saw the hourglass of unseen time floating above a central platform, its sands shimmering in slow spirals. She felt its presence as a vibration in her chest, a subtle invitation to look deeper, to move forward. The hourglass did not demand, but it called. The keeper of flow appeared beside her once more, light flowing and bending like liquid. You have walked through the present, Elira. You have seen yourself as you are, not as the world perceives you, not as you fear you are, but as you truly exist. The clarity you hold now is the bridge to what could be. Are you ready to cross it? Elira took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of her own being aligned with the rhythm of the hourglass. I am, she whispered. I see myself. I know my strength. I know my fears. And I am ready to learn what lies beyond. The mirrored ground began to ripple like a vast sea, reflections shifting and converging. The lanterns of memory, the facets of self, the echoes of possibility, all merged into a singular path of radiant light leading to the hourglass. Elira stepped forward, her movements precise and deliberate, aware that each action carried resonance. As she approached, the hourglass began to spin faster, its sands glittering like stardust in motion. The spirals of silver light extended outward, weaving themselves into patterns that stretched across the mirrored expanse, connecting past, present, and future. Elira reached out and touched the glass once more. The world shimmered. The reflections of her present self folded inward, becoming the foundation for new visions. Light and shadow intertwined, forming intricate pathways of potential. The air hummed with possibility, a symphony of existence that resonated deep within her soul. She closed her eyes, allowing the currents of the present to carry her. In that moment, she felt the living pulse of her being, the flow of intention and awareness, the threads of choice that bound her to this moment and every moment beyond it. She understood, finally, that the present was not a passive stage. It was a living, breathing reality that she shaped with each conscious breath. And then, as the hourglass shimmered and the mirrored expanse stretched infinitely around her, Elira felt the pull of something new. A gentle tug at the edges of perception, a whisper of shimmering possibilities. The present had revealed its truths. Now, the future beckoned. With a steadying breath, she stepped forward, leaving the realm of what is behind. The mirrored expanse rippled and dissolved, transforming into a luminous corridor of starlight. Ahead, she glimpsed Arian, the embodiment of her potential, waiting with eyes that glimmered like multiple echoes merging into one. The sands of the hourglass swirled faster, calling her into the next realm, the realm of what could be awaited. Part 4. What could be? The path of infinite possibilities. Elira stepped forward from the mirrored corridor of the present, and the world around her shifted again. Light twisted, bending in ways that made her breath catch. The air was thick with potential, as if every particle shimmered with the weight of choices not yet made. The ground beneath her was no longer solid. It rippled like liquid starlight, stretching outward infinitely, reflecting possibilities she had not yet imagined. She realized she was no longer moving through time as she had known it here. Time bent, twisted, and multiplied, stretching into threads that shimmered like the finest silver silk. Each a path, each a choice, each a possibility waiting to awaken. The keeper of flow appeared beside her, more luminous than ever, their form refracting the infinite light around them. You have embraced the past. You have witnessed the present. Now you stand at the threshold of what could be. Here, the hourglass reveals not what is, but what may arise. But be warned, the paths are many, and the choices are infinite. Each possibility has its own weight, its own resonance with your soul. Elira swallowed, feeling the enormity of what lay before her. She gazed into the undulating expanse. Threads of silver, gold, and soft violet light arced through the space, intertwining and separating like rivers of luminous silk. Each thread led to a realm, a life, a choice she might one day make, or might never make. The paths beckoned, pulsing with the rhythm of unseen worlds. A faint melody rose from the threads themselves, a symphony of whispers and harmonies that carried emotions she had never named. Joy, longing, sorrow, courage, curiosity, all intertwined in an intricate dance. Elira realized that to walk these paths was not simply to witness possibilities, but to feel them, to allow her soul to resonate with the vibrations of choices, yet unformed. She reached out her hand. The closest thread responded immediately, rippling beneath her touch. Images unfolded. She saw herself as a healer, wandering through a forest of luminous flora, tending to beings of light and shadow alike. In another thread, she was a guide, walking through cities suspended in clouds, teaching children to read the language of the stars. In another, she was alone, standing on a cliff that overlooked an endless ocean of silver mist, contemplating the nature of existence itself. Each possibility felt real. Each tugged at her heart with a different cadence. Elira realized that she could step into any of these futures, that the hourglass was not merely a window, but a bridge, a conduit through which her choices might ripple outward into infinite expression. She felt a sudden pulse beneath her feet. A path shimmered more vividly than the others, glowing with golden threads that wove together in intricate spirals. She recognized it. This was not a life she had considered consciously, but something buried deep within her intuition, a calling she had always felt, but never fully acknowledged. The path stretched outward, inviting her, humming with resonance that felt like the echo of her own heartbeat. Darian's voice whispered through the expanse, though he was not visible. Every possibility exists as a reflection of your essence. Yet, not all are aligned with the truth of your soul. Seek the path that resonates with the fullness of who you are. The rest are lessons, not destinations. Elira nodded, understanding more deeply than ever that the realm of what could be was not a simple playground of wishes. It was a living network of potentialities, each reflecting aspects of her own soul, desires unacknowledged, fears unexamined, strengths untested. To choose a path here was to shape herself as much as it was to shape the world she might inhabit. She stepped onto the golden thread. The world shifted instantly. The starlit expanse dissolved into a landscape that shimmered with both familiarity and wonder. She stood in a forest unlike any she had known. Trees with translucent trunks glowed faintly from within, their leaves like tiny prisms refracting light in all directions. Streams of liquid light flowed across the ground, and the air hummed with energy, carrying scents of jasmine, cedar, and something indescribable, like the memory of a promise unfulfilled. As she moved forward, she noticed figures emerging from the radiant mist. They were not people she recognized, yet each carried a sense of profound purpose. Some were her companions, beings she had only glimpsed in dreams, woven from fragments of her own imagination and spirit. Others were mysterious guides, ethereal and fluid, their forms shifting with every step. They approached her, bowing slightly, acknowledging her presence as one who had crossed into a realm of becoming. A figure stepped forward more clearly than the others. It was a woman, radiant and strong, yet soft in her expressions, with eyes like molten silver. "Elira," she said, her voice like water over polished stones, "you have chosen to walk this path. Here, your essence will be tested and expanded. The possibilities before you are infinite, yet they are not without consequence. Will you embrace what may arise, knowing that each choice changes everything?" "I will," Elira said, her voice steady despite the awe filling her. "I understand that the paths are infinite, but I must follow the one that calls to the truth within me." The woman smiled, extending a hand. "Then walk forward. Your journey begins now." As Elira moved through the forest of light, she began to notice subtle changes in the environment corresponding to her thoughts and intentions. When she reached out with curiosity, flowers bloomed in cascading patterns, petals of silver and gold drifting gently in the air. When she hesitated, shadows lengthened, curling around the roots of luminous trees, as if the world mirrored her uncertainty. She realized that the realm responded not just to her actions, but to her awareness, to the clarity of her perception, and the strength of her presence. Along the path, she encountered trials, manifestations of challenges that might arise in the life she had glimpsed. A river of liquid light blocked her way, flowing with a current that pulsed pulsed with unseen energy. To cross it, she would have to align herself fully with her own inner strength, trusting the flow rather than resisting it. She placed her hand upon the surface. The liquid shimmered, testing her resolve. With a deep breath, she stepped onto the current. It buoyed her forward, carrying her safely across. And in doing so, she felt a surge of understanding. That every challenge was not an obstacle, but an opportunity to engage with the potential within herself. Further along, a shadowed figure emerged from the mist. It mirrored her movements exactly, yet radiated doubt and fear. Elira recognized it as the embodiment of her own insecurities, the latent hesitation that had held her back in the past. She faced it directly, meeting its gaze. "You are part of me," she said softly, "but you will not control me. I acknowledge you, yet I will not be bound by fear." The shadow shivered, then dissolved into a gentle mist, leaving her path clear and radiant. Hours, or perhaps moments, passed in a fluid continuum. Elira walked through the forest of light, guided by intuition and the subtle resonance of her own soul. She encountered beings of wisdom, creatures of shifting form, some winged, some luminous, all emanating a serene understanding of the infinite. They offered guidance not through words, but through gestures, through the soft rippling of light and energy, teaching her to navigate the complexities of choice, to recognize the resonance of truth in every action. At the center of the forest, she reached a plateau of crystalline clarity. The hourglass of unseen time hovered above it, spinning slowly, its sands weaving patterns that stretched into infinity. Elira stepped closer. Each grain of sand seemed to pulse with possibility, reflecting myriad futures shimmering in silver and gold. She realized that to move forward, she would have to align not only with the present, but with the vision of who she could become, the culmination of every lesson, every reflection, every choice. The keeper of flow appeared beside her, light bending and flowing like liquid silver. "This is the moment of integration," they said. "The realm of what could be is not simply a dream of possibility. It is a test of clarity, courage, and alignment. Choose wisely, for your soul will carry the resonance of your decisions into what will be." Elira closed her eyes. She drew in a deep, steadying breath. The threads of possibility pulsed around her, weaving into patterns that resonated with her deepest truths. She reached out with her awareness, feeling the flow of energy, sensing the paths that harmonized with her soul. One path glowed brighter, resonating like a chord struck perfectly. She stepped forward. Instantly, the world around her shifted. The forest, the mist, the threads all dissolved into a cascade of light. She felt herself expanding, her consciousness stretching across timelines and possibilities, embracing the potential of what she could become. The hourglass pulsed, as though approving, and the threads of infinite choice converged, forming a singular path forward. A soft, harmonious melody filled the space. Elira felt her soul lifted, aligned with the resonance of truth courage and clarity. She had not merely observed the possibilities, she had integrated them, chosen a path that reflected the fullest expression of her essence. And as the melody settled into a gentle hum, she saw the next realm unfold before her. The hourglass now tilted, revealing the final mystery, the culmination of all she had seen and felt. The realm of unseen time's ultimate truth awaited her, the convergence of past, present, and potential, where time itself would bend and reveal the full measure of her journey. With a deep, steadying breath, Elira stepped forward, ready to meet the final truth. Part 5. The Soul of All Time. The hourglass revealed. Elira stepped through the final corridor of radiant light, and the world shifted once more. The air itself seemed to thrum with the vibration of eternity. Time, she realized, no longer flowed as a line or even a spiral. It bent, stretched, and folded upon itself like liquid crystal, a spectrum of moments shimmering in endless resonance. She was neither at the beginning nor the end, neither in the past, the present, nor the future. Yet all existed simultaneously around her. Before her floated the hourglass of unseen time in its full splendor. It was colossal, a towering structure of crystal and starlight. Its sands shimmered in layers, silver for the past, gold for the present, and violet for the possibilities yet to come. The glass seemed alive, subtly breathing, pulsing in rhythm with the very core of Elira's being. Within it, she could see the threads of every life she had lived, every choice she had made, every possibility she had glimpsed. And yet, it was not static. The sands twisted and bent, flowing not just downward, but outward in infinite arcs, revealing connections between moments that defied comprehension. The keeper of flow appeared beside her once again, luminous and unwavering, their voice like the ripple of starlight across water. Elira, you have walked through what was, what is, and what could be. Now you stand before the hourglass itself, the soul of all time. Here, the boundaries dissolve, and the truths you have gathered converge. Are you prepared to see what is hidden beyond perception, beyond choice, beyond the simple flow of moments? Elira felt a tremor in her chest, not fear, but the weight of awe. I am, she whispered. I have carried the lessons of past and present. I have walked the paths of possibility. I am ready to understand what lies at the heart of time. The hourglass responded to her presence. The sands shifted, forming a vortex of light and shadow, revealing images she could barely comprehend. Her younger selves, her present self, and the countless potential versions of herself yet to exist. They all shimmered together, woven into a tapestry of motion and resonance. The air hummed, carrying the symphony of her soul across the infinite expanse. Elira reached out. Her fingers brushed the smooth crystal surface, and in that instant, the hourglass seemed to pulse with recognition. The silver sand of memory rose, intertwining with the golden glow of the present. The violet grains of possibility shimmered and expanded, stretching into threads that threaded through her very essence. She felt herself lifted, suspended within the hourglass itself. Yet she did not fear it. She understood that this was not a test of control, but of alignment, an invitation to see the full measure of her soul. Suddenly, the sands coalesced into 3 distinct streams, each forming a luminous path that spiraled around her. The first, silver, carried echoes of laughter, grief, and quiet moments of reflection. The second, gold, pulsed with resonance from her present self, the choices she made consciously, the actions of love and courage, the attention she paid to the world around her. The third, violet, flowed like liquid light, shimmering with endless possibilities, paths she might yet walk, and decisions she had not yet realized were hers to make. Elira closed her eyes. She let herself feel the streams, letting their energies flow through her. The past whispered its lessons. The present resonated with clarity. The future hummed with possibility. And in that convergence, she understood something profound. The hourglass did not merely measure time, it revealed the essence of being itself, the dance of cause and effect, intention and manifestation, the living soul of existence. As she opened her eyes, the hourglass shifted again, revealing visions of intertwining threads of lives connected to hers. Faces she had touched, even unknowingly, flickered in the sands. The stranger whose life she had once aided, the friend she had comforted, the fleeting encounter that had sparked change, all were reflected in the grains. She realized the hourglass was not only her own soul, but a mirror of the collective weave of existence, where every choice echoed, rippling outward in unseen ways. A soft, ethereal voice arose, not the keeper, but the voice of the hourglass itself. Elira, time is not a river. It is a web, a spiral, a tapestry of intent. Every moment you have lived is alive. Every possibility you embrace becomes part of the whole. See yourself, not as separate from the weave, but as its living thread. Tears welled in Elira's eyes. She felt the full magnitude of her life, the joy and sorrow, the fear and courage, the moments of doubt and the quiet victories. They were all hers, yet they belonged to something larger, a consciousness flowing through the hourglass, waiting to be recognized and honored. She bowed her head in reverence, feeling the vibration of her soul echo through the infinite sands. The silver grains of memory swirled and lifted, forming shapes that resembled her past selves. She saw herself as a child under the willow tree, as a youth hesitant to follow her calling, as the present Elira standing in the mirrored realm. Each figure reached out, acknowledging her journey, their faces glowing with understanding. The golden grains of the present followed, weaving together her conscious choices and the quiet acts of love and attention she had cultivated. The violet grains pulsed with infinite potential, each possibility shimmering as if alive. Elira reached toward the hourglass. Her hand brushed the violet grains, and the threads of possibility wove into her essence. She felt a surge of energy, a radiant clarity that illuminated not only what could be, but what must be for her soul's highest expression. She realized that the hourglass did not merely reveal paths, it harmonized her being, aligning her past, present, and potential into a single, radiant current of existence. The keeper of flow observed silently. "You have embraced the weave of your own soul," they said. "You have acknowledged the past, integrated the present, and harmonized the possibilities." The hourglass responds to the one who is fully present, fully aware, and fully aligned. Now, Elira, you may step into the fullness of time itself. A column of light descended from the top of the hourglass, enveloping her in warmth and resonance. She felt herself lifted, suspended within the spiraling sands. Around her, the threads of existence intertwined, revealing hidden harmonies and intricate patterns she had never seen before. The past and present shimmered together, not as separate realms, but as a continuum of experience. The future unfolded like a living garden, each possibility rooted in the choices she had embraced, yet flexible enough to grow in infinite directions. She felt the pulse of every soul she had encountered, every action she had taken, every intention she had held. The vibrations intertwined with her own, forming a vast network of connection that stretched through the hourglass and beyond. Time was no longer something she observed. It was a living current, and she was its conscious navigator. The violet threads of possibility shimmered, and Elira felt a subtle pull toward one in particular, a path that resonated with a deep, unspoken truth. She stepped forward, and the hourglass responded, aligning the streams of silver, gold, and violet into a spiral that lifted her higher, revealing a vision of herself fully realized. She was radiant, not merely in appearance, but in essence, a being who had integrated the lessons of all she had lived and embraced the infinite potentials within her. In that moment, she understood that the hourglass of unseen time was not a tool to control destiny, but a mirror to reveal the living soul. It reflected the truth of every choice, every moment, every possibility, and offered clarity to those who dared to see themselves fully. She felt a profound sense of peace, a luminous knowing that she was both the observer and the participant, the creator and the creation. A gentle hum resonated from the hourglass, carrying a single truth. The past is a teacher, the present is a canvas, and the future is a field of infinite growth. Every thought, every intention, every choice is a thread woven into the living tapestry of existence. Elira's soul expanded, embracing the totality of time, seeing herself reflected in every grain of sand, every pulse of light, every resonance of being. She stepped forward, her hand brushing the final grains of the hourglass. The light surged, enveloping her completely. For a brief eternity, she was everywhere at once, in the past, in the present, in the myriad possibilities of the future. She felt the harmony of all existence resonate through her bones, through her heart, through the core of her being. When the light receded, she found herself standing once more in the luminous field she had first entered, the hourglass suspended before her in perfect stillness. Yet something had changed. She had changed. Her essence was aligned, her understanding complete, and her spirit resonated with the flow of all time. keeper of flow smiled, a gentle radiance in their eyes. You have walked the path of all time, Elira, they said. You have embraced what was, what is, and what could be. The hourglass now rests not only as a mirror of time, but as a reflection of your fully integrated soul. Carry its truths with you and let the flow guide every step you take. Elira nodded, a soft smile curving her lips. She felt a profound gratitude, a luminous understanding that the journey was both eternal and immediate, infinite and intimate. Every step she would take from now on would be imbued with the awareness of her own power, her own presence, and her own resonance in the tapestry of time. With one final glance at the hourglass, she turned and walked into the luminous horizon beyond. The threads of past, present, and possibility shimmering around her like a constellation of living light. The path ahead was not set. It was hers to weave, every step a conscious creation, every choice a reflection of the soul she had come to know fully. And as she walked, the sands of the hourglass pulsed softly behind her, a living heartbeat of all time, reminding her that she was never separate from its flow, but always part of its luminous, infinite dance. Thank you, dear traveler, for walking this path tonight, for opening your heart to the whispers, visions, and quiet truths of this story. May its echoes stay with you gently, guiding your dreams, soothing your spirit, and reminding you that your soul is always moving toward the light. If this tale brought you peace or wonder, I warmly invite you to subscribe to Candle by the Sea. It helps this little lighthouse stay glowing so that more dreamers can find their way to calm nights and magical stories. Until we meet again, may your sleep be deep, your heart be light, and may the waves carry you softly into dreams. Good night, dear traveler, and thank you for being here.